I got a bad feeling about this. We're going to leave this up over here so I can see it constantly. I think the cable is given out. So I think that might be what is going on. Oh, there. Okay. At least we have some audio coming through on the YouTube side. All right. All three platforms seem to be live, as well as my preview. Thanks for the heads up on that, Bastion. So, as I was beginning to say before the AI decided to make sure that I could not speak, I have been very troubled as of late by some of the changes in the world of AI. And tonight's going to be a rant. It's going to be probably not something that people are going to be too keen on. I know some people are probably tired out of me doing my constant rants with AI, but some new information has come out. And the tech world is becoming familiar with it and chatting about it. And as such, it's kind of time for me to mention some of the specifics that are causing issues. Oh yeah, the Coca-Cola ad. Yeah, I heard about that one. They used AI. A big problem. A lot of people lost job opportunities because of that. So yeah, that's definitely a concern. By the way, Bastion, how are you doing this evening? No, the thing that got me as of late had to do with an update to AI, and I have no idea what triggered it, but I have noticed it appearing a whole lot across social media. In fact, my news feed has become easily 50% AI now, and I try and prevent myself from seeing AI as much as possible by unfollowing accounts that keep posting it. But it is just so inundated across the entire internet. I'm getting so fed up with this. There's nothing that can be done to avoid it, it seems. Well, there are oh, just a second. Move this around a little bit more. Bring the mic back up. There we go. Oh, come on, buddy. That should be a good distance from him. Hey, perfect. Doing all right. Dandy. So, what happened was that there's been an update in how AI functions. And I'm not entirely sure if it is new or people have just figured it out, but I try and avoid accounts that use AI as much as possible. The reason being is that if I am to be able to keep a fairly sane approach to the world of tech, while at the same time maintaining a sense of community and normalcy, you have to avoid as much AI as possible. And I used to not avoid it a whole lot, but then over the last couple of years, I've been increasingly getting more protective, avoiding AI as much as possible. But lo and behold, influencers have decided it is now cool and trendy to use AI. Some people who were advocates against AI to protect artists are now all gung-ho about it. Why? Because they can make money. Got my first victory royale, says Scutless. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. So influencers have been posting this stuff left and right. But it's more than that. It is more than that, because I saw over the last couple of days that people are becoming aware of AI's immense potential. Some people who seem, to me at least, to be spooked by it, and rightfully so. There is a side about AI that I've hinted at many times, but I've never actually spelled it out in a clear, concise manner. At least I don't think I have. And it has to do with what is possible with AI. Now, I've tried not to become too detailed about how this happens, about what you can do with it, although I'm very much feeling like I need to start emphasizing it more. The reason... Oh. Ugh. The reason being is because it's going to start affecting us directly. You know, back in the day when you could kind of argue the right to bear arms with relatively little restriction. You didn't have people jumping up in arms, so to speak, to debate the issue of having any sort of weapons of some kind. See, technology advances, and eventually a technology that was previously accepted and kind of welcomed starts to become scary. And eventually it gets to such a point where sensible people start to notice a rising danger. AI crossed that line for me 2 years ago. And it had to do with a presentation that happened. And I've been anti-AI really for a long time, but it was on an ethical level. 2 years ago, it became a matter of safety that I became against it. Because I saw for the first time what was possible to do with it in terms of manipulation and harm. So, there is the ability with AI to forge a person's identity. We've known that for a while. And at first, it was kind of a joke. Oh, look, we can replace the characters in a movie with modern actors. Oh, isn't this funny? Haha. Oh, look, we're going to start quoting Shakespeare with the voice of this great philosopher. Haha, isn't this great and funny? Oh, it's just for fun. And you know what? It's a sign of endearment, of honoring that person. I've heard that argument multiple times. But it doesn't. It eventually gets to a point where it no longer makes sense, of where that argument stops becoming a logical means to communicate the idea. See, AI crossed another line, and it had to do with alteration. It no longer was imitation. It was about altering a personality. It was about pretending somebody said something. And at first it was seen as a sort of a joke. It was memes. And granted, even though I found some of them absolutely hilarious, I was always troubled in my gut about what was happening. And I voiced it many times. Now, there were some ones that were political, absolutely hilarious, and honestly a little bit more truthful than what you were seeing in the news. And I admit that. But that only lasted a short time. Only lasted a short time because you can only put words in somebody's mouth for so long before people start saying, wait a minute. Imagine what would happen if you were to just be a little bit more malicious with it. And suddenly reality struck and people started to freak out. I dare say I would not be surprised if within the next few months we see a complete government redirection in terms of how it approaches AI. And it's going to make a lot of people mad. Oh, it's going to make a ton of people furious. But I can't see any other way around it. Howdy there, Jess. How you doing? Let's say that one of the most common references is about keeping and bearing arms and the right to free speech. Those are the two ones that are referenced about AI constantly. But there's another one. Are you allowed, as a citizen of this country, are you allowed to walk out in the middle of a street? I mean, it's jaywalking. I mean, in some places it's not a crime, right? True, but what if you were walking on the highway during rush hour in the middle of Manhattan? Does it start becoming dangerous? What if somebody is doing it and is determined to tell others about how great it is and how everyone else needs to start doing it? Does it become a danger then? Greetings, Persuasion. Doing well. How are you doing? What has life held for you these last few months? Well, AI has crossed that line. It at first was a sort of game that people played. But the people who mean ill intent are starting to come out. It's no longer about, hey, look at this cute little bunny picture I can make with AI, or look at this funny little meme I can make with AI. No, now we have entered an age where you have to wonder, are people going to start forging fake information? Oh, Jeff's talking about fake news. Well, isn't that what the left talks about? Yes. But that's because we've not seen somebody use AI in this country, at least, to such a degree as other countries are experiencing. 2 years ago, there was a woman who was not a very political person, who was very much, just kind of want to live her life. And she found dozens of copies of her personality projected onto through an AI to promote propaganda for Russia. She went from being a nobody, so to speak, to a celebrity promoting Putin. Now, what if we had somebody who grabbed an image, who started using Elon Musk, for example, to start promoting CCP propaganda? Do you think that would be a problem? Would that be a freedom? Or would it be something so malicious that we need to start regulating it? I'm trying to avoid the most horrible uses of AI that I've seen because it gets dark. It doesn't take much research to realize just how nefarious the AI community has become and what they can do with it. Every time we use it, we're not improving it for our own use, like Elon Musk likes to think. We're enabling bad actors to have a tool that they will harm other people with, including ourselves and our children. Is a realization that the future is being stolen from the next generation for our own enjoyment, so to speak. We want our memes. We want our humor. We want our ability to... Oof. Well, that didn't go so well. We want our ability to use something to its full potential with no consideration to what the consequences will be in the future. Busy as I imagine everyone is, end of year grind at work. Well, I hope persuasion that it goes well for you. Yeah, there's a lot of things to try and close out for the year. Hopefully you find some good success. Some of the wallpapers I see on Zedge are creepy. Yeah. Now here's something you can do with AI. Now we've not scraped this one just yet. And this is not about personality, impersonations of someone's personality, although that's deeply concerning. Oh my goodness, that one destroys a culture's core foundation. You thought you were talking to grandma? Ho ho ho, no you weren't. You were talking to an AI. Grandma passed. And there are people who are doing that. They're trying to resurrect a relative using AI. They're using it for fake relations. Yeah, there's a lot of people doing that. Whole lot of people. But here's where things get to the physical realm. Ever seen somebody who has problems with another person in town? Someone who says, "Hey man, you scratched my car, I'm going to get even with you." You've seen that, right? You've heard about people that behave like that? People that want to get even? Now I want you to imagine somebody that suddenly purchases an account to a dark AI. We're just going to call it a dark AI right now because there's no real term for this yet, or at least not that I'm aware of. We'll call it a dark AI. The dark AI says, "Hey, what would you like me to do?" And the person gives a series of very evil directions. Very vague, but gives a phone number, submits a photo, and says, "Get even." And the AI has dots going across the screen and says, "Command accepted." The next day, you find that the person that you had issues with has been horribly harmed and their life was almost taken as a drone collided with their car and exploded. This is not theoretical. This technology exists, and as I understand, potentially has been used already. AI became the means of doing this. And if it's not currently something that you can do, some people are already advertising that it's going to be there soon. And apparently some things in Russia suggest that they already have this. Suddenly, it doesn't feel so harmless anymore. It's no longer just a game. It's real. And it is the most terrifying thing to some people. The realization that something could be cold and heartless. I saw a movie, a short movie, a couple years ago. Horrible movie. I never want to share that with anybody. It was just so disturbing. But it's a film where an AI messes up a direction. And when it does so, it ends up doing one of the most grotesque things that I think is imaginable. That's why I won't mention it to you, because it was just so terrifying. But it was a command that was misinterpreted, and it glitched and ended up killing somebody in a horrible way. That's no longer science fiction. But that movie, despite me hating it and despising it with such a deep passion, that was the point that the AI argument suddenly became far too real for me. Because I knew how easy it is for commands to be misinterpreted. That's why I want us to be very, very cautious whenever we hear things about AI. That's why I want us to think about the lifelong consequences of going down a path of AI. The most sure way of ensuring that somebody even considers about the consequences of the future is to make sure that people have kids. If you have kids, you are very much focused on your kids' well-being, their future, trying to find hope for them. But if you don't have hope, your kids will suffer. And somebody who loves their kids will not want their kids to suffer, so they will do everything in their power to make sure their kids have a future. AI is being embraced not by the families. Look at who does this. Look who uses AI the most. It's single people and influencers. Single people are the most likely folks to want to invest in AI. Why? They're lonely. Honestly, that is the biggest thing I've heard in terms of how AI is like really catching off. The number one people that were using AI originally were the people that were using it for nefarious stuff. AI got its beginnings in darkness. Is it any wonder that it keeps getting darker? Be careful about the demons you unleash. I say that as I'm in the demon fortress. Oof. I'm not good at this game, of course. I need swords. world of AI is upon us, but it doesn't have to be. Now, I've heard many people say, well, Pandora's box has been opened. There's no closing it. Really? You do realize Pandora's box was fiction, right? I mean, that's not hard to realize. That guy was using a Season 7 Battle Pass skin from 2018 to 2019. Oh, so I came across a pro. Just like the kids' iPads. Precisely, Bastion. Precisely. Absolutely. 10 years ago, I was in college. And I saw a person come in to the class to present us the tech of the future, and they held up a very strange looking pair of glasses, put them up to their eyes, and it's like, this, folks, is the future. There's no going back. Everyone's going to be wearing these things. You can't avoid it. Better start making stuff for this. It was the Google Glass. They're like, this is going to take over everywhere. Everyone will be using this technology. There's no going back. We all got a chance to see it, and immediately they said, so who here wants to use this? Who here wants to build stuff for it? Because they were looking for creators, early adopters to use it to make stuff. Everyone in that class of about 20, 30 students said no. And the person's like, what? The Google person was, of course, very upset in that sense. Like, she came all the way there just to have every student reject the technology. They're like, what? Is it not refined enough? No, we don't want what that will look like. We don't want what that's going to do to our society. Our society will die if we go down that path. And lo and behold, it kind of is. The more we dive into social media and digital activities and forget the real world, the worse off our society becomes. And I'm beginning to think that the people that say there's no going back don't have an understanding of history intentionally, because they want their product to succeed. See, we have gone back in time with some technologies. Some technologies proved to be too dangerous, and we put a lid on it. How many of us are going around with nuclear-powered cars? None of us are. It's very hard to get anything that's nuclear. Why? The government clamped down on it. Because the government officials, howdy there, Bastion. Government officials got spooked. They suddenly realized the danger that they had. There are some people right now who see another technology that they're trying to walk back. The technology of vaccines. Yes, you can go backwards in time because you see something that's so bad that you're like, you know what? New isn't always better. And you start saying, well, we're going to start... We're not going to be super processing our foods. But it's a technology. It makes food more cheap. I mean, obviously, everyone needs it. At what expense? Oh, look, we can make eggs completely out of chemicals. Not one chicken will be harmed in the making of an egg. Not like there's chickens being harmed in the first place, but there are people that literally can make an egg out of pure chemicals. And they say, look, there's no going back. We can mass produce and feed the whole world. Look, we found a way to make plastics edible. No starvation. No going back. The more you run from the real world, the more you start to understand why the real world was made the way that it was. It seems very easy when you don't know about the consequences when you're trying to leave it. The moment you've left it and you start to see the danger, you want to go back. Now, there are multiple times throughout history that people have gone back on technology. And I do find it interesting that there are some times when it's religiously driven. There's some times when it's impractical. Sometimes when a technology's real potential becomes scary. Oh, come on. Do you think cloning is good? Do you think that there's no going back now that we know how to clone things? Do you think the process of transplanting organs can go back? Do you think it should? Do you know some of the horror stories? Technology can always go back if the moral of a people becomes so disturbed that we're like, nope, let someone else reap the consequences. South Korea is such a nation. They embraced AI years ago. 2 years ago, I did a study, a deep dive into AI, because I was hearing about it everywhere. And I found out they've already started replacing human beings with AI over in Korea 2 years ago. China was doing it, a way to make sure that nobody could challenge the party's narrative. I know some weapon technologies, says Scutless, that got banned for religious reasons. At one point, the church banned the crossbow due to the fact that it was considered too effective at killing people. And sometimes technology eventually comes back. But many times it comes back in a different form, or after the heart of a people is ready for it. There is something about AI that is deeply concerning in the way that it functions. And it has to do with this realization that AI, at its core, is not about trying to better the human experience. It's about trying to replace humans. It's a perfect slave. Well, you don't have to be kind to an AI, not like I really want to, but it is something where this stuff does exist, and we have to be very, very careful about it. Because if we're not, if we overlook the risks for the chance at a great reward of money and power, thank you, Bastion, we may find a momentary amount of success, but we are going to regret it for the rest of our lives. South Korea showed the how they want to solve their birth crisis with AI. Oh, there's not going to be enough children in our country? Well, obviously we need to have AI to replace them. Robots are the future. Obviously we need robots more than people, because right now the people are not there. I mean, it sounds interesting, doesn't it? The idea that somehow people are disappearing, so thus we need to replace them with robots. Do the people who make such claims even hear themselves? Do they even understand what it is that they're wishing? They're saying that human beings, for the first time, should be replaced with materials. That it's not good that human beings endure, but instead it's good for everything else but human beings endure. We must stop Skynet. We definitely must. And the more that we realize just how risky this stuff is, the safer we're all going to start to become. Look, I think Elon Musk has some great, ingenious ideas. But when it comes to AI, he is a fool. And I don't say that lightly. I don't like using that term. But you cannot expect to replace human beings with a machine. Human beings must come first, and machines must not ever replace them. And up until recently, that was never a problem. Oh, you want a machine? Well, that's not going to replace a person. Oh, but the sewing machine is going to take away people's jobs. Doesn't take away the person. Up until recently. Now suddenly that machine wants to take away a person. The people who make the machines want it to take away the person. I must stop Skynet, but also endorse it. Yeah, that's exactly what Elon Musk has been saying, which is so ridiculous. It's like common sense, buddy. See, I noticed that a lot of people are smart, and also some of the smartest people in the world have some of the dumbest takes. Incredibly dumb takes. Now, if I was to go out and say, hey, we're going to start to replace let's replace all the employees at gas stations, because we're at a gas station right now. Replace them all with robots. Gas is dangerous. You do realize that sometimes the gas can actually cause a horrible reaction to people, and they can get cancers. Yeah, can. Okay, let's replace all the people at gas stations with it. Oh, but there's even more dangerous things out there. In fact, if we're not careful... Oh.
Well, all they need to show me is that one girl who was using gasoline from a gas station to clean her car.
Yes.
I would be okay with it.
Yes, there are things like that that make people definitely want to question that stuff quite a lot. But you replace all the people at gas stations, okay? Now it's a robot that does it. Well, where did those people go and work now? Oh, they can work on their own hobbies. That's wonderful, great. They go and work on their own hobbies. The argument everyone's been making. And then you go over to your local bookstore, and you see a sign that says closed. And you think, well, what's that all about? And someone says, well, everyone's been buying online, and they have robots at Amazon. Why bother with people? So we let go of all our folks. Okay, well, where did those people go and work? Oh, they're off working on their hobbies. Okay. You go over to the factory. Hey, we got rid of all of our people because welding's too dangerous. We had to replace them with a machine. Sounds nice. Replace all the people with machines for dangerous jobs and whatnot. What do those people go and do? Oh, they're off working on their hobbies. Starts sounding familiar, doesn't it? AI has gotten to the point of where it has said, basically, no longer are these machines going to take the dangerous jobs away from you. By the way, things like dam building, very, very dangerous. Not something you really want anybody to be working on. So some people, it sounds like a great idea. Until you start realizing AI is designed basically to replace everything. That means your job was taken away. Now your hobby is taken away. AI is going to replace your creativity. In fact, why do we even need people? Let's just get rid of them all. Let's start investing in machines first. Let's make machines have the right to vote. Yes, I've heard that argument before. Oh boy. Remember when Google's AI was claimed to be sentient a couple years ago? The guy came out and said, AI is sentient. Quick, we need to protect it and make sure it has the right to vote. It was his first reaction, and it was all over the news. Great. You want everyone to give AI the right to vote. How can that possibly go wrong? Oof. Nicely done there, Bastion. People have become so enamored with this idea of an easy life that we have started to basically worship an easy life. Have you noticed that? Oh, why do we need all these machines and AI to help us out? Oh, well, obviously we need things to be easier. I mean, isn't it great that life is so easy now? No. No, it is not. And the more I hear people talk about how great it is to have AI take away all this hard, laborsome stuff, the more I hate it. Because the human experience is not to get away from all the responsibility in this life. The more simple your life becomes, the more soft it becomes, the weaker you become, and the dumber you become. The stats that I've seen all show that human beings are going to succeed regardless. But last I've checked, social media has made us dumber. The internet has made our memories shorter. It's all awful. And the more that people try and defend it, the more I'm convinced it's bad for us. We need challenges. Why do you think we play games? Not because we get instant wins. It's because there's a struggle. Because there's something to be fought for. So you have a chance to come out and say, yes, I overcame this struggle, this challenge.
Also, I got these Yeti footprint wheels.
Well, at least we leave a big footprint. Hard work gives you a certain admirable character, though it's why I avoid certain conveniences. My house doesn't have an Alexa, for instance. Yes, Alexa, golly, no one should ever have an Alexa. The more I've learned about Alexa, the more I'm glad that my family never got it, and glad that I never got addicted to it. Because it is atrocious what Alexa can do.
My sister tried to teach my mother how to use the Alexa or whatever Google has on her phone, but she never understood it, so she just stopped using it.
Where'd the other guy go?
He went into he's in this car with me.
Was he driving?
Couple shots on him. I'm hitting him. Thing is, he has infinite sprint now because of the medallion he got. He's going towards you. It's the car again. Might try to go revive.
Yeah, he's waiting for his buddy.
Thought we took care, eliminated the other guy.
Now he's down. Ooh, he had a golden sword. Yes, thank you. Alexa was proof to me that AI was on the horizon. And it was the thing that got me troubled with it because I realized how easy it was for people to use it. Got him. Why did he do that?
So, with the medallion, you get infinite spread. I think he was just panicking because I kept on hitting him in the car.
Oh. Well, I just took up that medallion, so I look forward to using this infinite spread. I did hear some stories about Alexa were recording things that you heard from its owners in a very spy-on-you way. Oh, it's worse. Yes, that is a terrible thing, and I do agree that has been happening. And it's like, oh, you go invisible? What the?
You go invisible, but you shine purple and you leave a trail of dust. But still, you have infinite sprint, so
interesting.
It's pretty good. That guy was just panicking, I think.
Very nice. Not the fact that he was panicking, but very nice that that nice now have it. Yes. All right, well, we've got to find ourselves a new car. So here's some things that Alexa can do, or things like Alexa. You can look at the things. You can look at your routine and start to predict what you will do. I mean, sounds pretty bland at this point. Everyone knows that, and everyone willingly uses a phone, and they don't care. But that's because the malicious actors haven't started yet. I heard from a guy a couple years ago just how if there's a loophole, then people who are evil will let it go without enacting upon it until 2 or 3 years have passed. And then they crack down on it because they find all the loopholes and everyone's addicted to something. I mean, that's a pretty bad ordeal if that is the case, because then that means people are using AI.
Has 22 health. I'm going to kill it for another.
Yep. People become addicted to AI, and then they start to say, well, we can't live without it, just like our phones. If I told you to get rid of your phones, would you? Most people wouldn't. Well, I would struggle because my work would demand that I keep it. So I've been refusing to take on new tech because I realize this is how they get to you. I refuse to use all these fancy new features, not because I'm not because I'm old and can't figure it out, but because it's a vice. It's all designed to trap you. And once they start replacing human beings with AIs, which they have already begun, how many of us will care when people's jobs start disappearing? Oh, well, they can just start getting a stipend from the government. Yes, I've heard that. People argue a communist utopia, basically. Last I checked, communism fails because human beings have some certain dispositions. Yes! Knockback is powerful. Wonderful. I like that sword. That's a good sword.
So they found that the grapple blade's coming back.
Yes!
But
Grapple
it has
blade.
the durability like the sword.
No!
Makes sense.
Garbage.
Said each attack is gonna do like 1% of durability. Don't know how much for each traversal grapple.
Dag nabbit. So how likely do you think it would be when you take into account the nature of human beings? How likely is it that within the next 5 years we start seeing attacks that are using AI that is embedded in people's homes? I heard about a theory of what you could do with AI in homes, and it's terrifying. Currently, you have the ability with AI, technically, to cause gas leaks, to ruin your food, and potentially poison you in the process. It has the ability to monitor and also not act when it needs to. Oh, but don't human beings also have all those things? I mean, it's just the same thing. You know what? When a human being has done something wrong, you have their conscience that will start to haunt them. If they don't have a conscience, we tend to think of that as a villain. An AI has no conscience. It can be swayed in the slightest moment, and it will destroy you without any remorse. And this is not theoretical. We are past theoretical. It is real. This stuff does exist in the here and the now. And we are going to hate what... We're going to come to hate it, especially once we see the first wave of casualties. Ukraine has already started seeing it. Russia has already seen it. China has already seen it. And soon it will come over here, and we won't have anything to stop it.
Oh, wait until they start trying to incorporate like brains into the AI. Not so long ago, they finally mapped out the brain of a fly.
Mm-hmm.
Each neuron, and now they could put it through code.
Great, now AI can bug us all the more.
Well, yeah, but like first the fly, then what? Like rat. It continued going up until they start to add it to AI.
That is actually deeply concerning because there's also something else that came out a couple years ago in which AI has the ability, oh, well, sorry, not AI, machines have the ability to start to process food. I don't know if you heard that one. It can actually kill and eat. There is a device that came out a couple years ago that allowed for bug carcasses to be converted into a power source. As if we needed a reason to fear this technology anymore. That alone is proof that our inventors have lost their freaking minds. A machine that can turn food, human food, into power. Oh, but you know, it's just so we can be able to survive a lot longer. Yeah, isn't that what solar panels are supposed to do? Well, solar panels are unpredictable. We need this technology to make our devices more powerful. What devices? Oh, you know, things. Things that we need to, that we struggle to get power to. Like weapons. That's what it's all for. It's for things that are going to harm people. Take that, AI. And I'm not being theoretical anymore. This stuff has already shown itself. These are some of the biggest reasons why I dread AI. Because malicious people have at no point stopped and said, is this bad what we're doing? There's a area in scripture that keeps troubling me. And we don't know what it means. But there's a growing concern of mine that it's referring to something else that is related to AI and robots. Now, I do believe there is potential for AI and robots to be used to just deceive people, just pure deception. But what happens when you enable it with the ability to seek out and destroy? Maybe you saw it, but China was bragging about all their drones they've made recently. And honestly, it's quite impressive what they did. Now, it's also a bit of a scam because China lies regardless, and so it's not completely true what they showed. But what they showed was the ability to manage tens to hundreds of thousands of drones all at once. The ability to create images in the sky with these things. It's no longer just dots. Now it's like full-on screens. There's so many drones in the sky. But imagine if China decided that it wanted to terrorize a nation, and they just sent over a crate. It's a box that is full of electronics for Best Buy. And someone opens the crate up, and suddenly thousands upon thousands of drones just suddenly fly out and attack the nearest targets. That's completely plausible with technology right now. Completely plausible. Yeah, those look crazy. I've never watched one in real life or even on video, but they look wild. They are something else. What in tarnation is that?
Oh, so you feed it a gun, and it gets you a better gun. But you can only do it once per person.
Trade item? It puked! Ooh, look at that. Pretty fancy. Yeah, BR Jason, it's freaky what they can do right now. And it wouldn't take much. Wouldn't take much to do that sort of stuff. I originally was trying to figure out a drone channel, a drone YouTube channel, and I stopped trying to figure out that stuff out once I figured out how dangerous drones are becoming. And I fully expect that within the next 2 years, drones are going to have some serious regulations put on them. Same way that you can't just go out and get a plane and start flying it anywhere. especially one that is armed, drones are going to start getting that same sort of treatment. And it's going to make a lot of people mad, but it needs to happen. It is so out of control. Lying government. I recall those times ago, India was saying it put a satellite on the moon or something, but the video that they showed was obviously video edited and extremely crudely done as well. Yeah. The lies. I heard that if China keeps threatening Japan, they will retaliate by sending a box of drones that will go... Oh. These guys are chasing one another. Box of drones that will go in information to... Stand by just a second. That was unfortunate. I thought they were too busy fighting each other. Go into formation to look like a kaiju to scare the Chinese population. Could you imagine? But you know, while that's a bit of a joke, do you realize that we're within decades of people being able to create mechanical monsters? Mechanical monsters that truly are terrifying. Oh no! Imagine you look over and somebody is petting their dog. You're at the park, somebody's petting their dog. And you think, oh, that's cute. What's your dog's name? Person looks up with a smile and says, oh, this is Fluffy. It's a very sweet dog. He's got a bit of a mean personality, though. And then you see the dog snap at you. And when it does so, you see mechanical elements in his mouth. And you look at it and you realize this thing's fake. And all it would take is somebody to trigger it with the wrong code. And you no longer have just an angry dog. You have a machine that is capable of basically pulling a car. And that thing can latch onto your arm and just rip it off in a moment, faster than any real dog can actually do. I heard they're making giant Teletubbies right now. If the research isn't stopped or blunted, says Scutless, we probably are about 20 to 30 years away from an unironic real-life Mechagodzilla. 20, 30 years? That actually might be accurate. Did you know that the majority of AI across the world is not creating their own AI? They're using American AI. They're just knocking it off, manipulating it, changing it. We think that we're trying to stay ahead of our enemies, when in reality we're making the very weapon that they're using. Did the Russians make the atomic bomb? No, we did. But for 100 years since then, well, not 100 years, okay, about 50 years afterwards, we were always living in the shadow of nuclear warfare. Now we're entering that again. Who do we have to thank for that? We have our own dumb scientists who had this great idea to save American lives at the expense of every generation afterwards. Oh, but we had to get to it before the Russians. The Russians were broken. It was the U.S. government that kept funneling the money for decades that strengthened them and allowed one of the darkest, most evil tyrannies to arise, that also spawned off into places like China, North Korea, Vietnam, and caused countless border wars More people have died under communism than anything else in history. And we are to blame for that, for empowering the nation in a dark hour when we just had to stop the big, terrible Germans at the expense of every generation afterwards. Every generation afterwards has suffered from it, from those decisions, and it's only been getting worse. I know, highly controversial. A lot of people would disagree with me on that. A whole lot of people. But the more I see, the more convinced I am becoming that decisions like that always have consequences, and us enabling AI is nothing different. It's just the next step in this march of self-destruction, you could say.
Maybe we could solve that problem if we add giant kaiju battles to the Olympics.
Oh my. That'd be something. How can you complain about being... Just saying. How can you complain about mean mech pets when you have your terror bears as pets? Hey, polar bears are slightly different. Slightly different. Poor bears. They don't mean anything. They just want a snack. That's terrible. Wait. Will we get Pacific Rim like mech fights? That'd be very, very interesting indeed. Take that, you pumpkin. I mean, there are so many people in this world that would love to see giant robots. I'm dumbfounded to realize that there are people like that is their fantasy. They want giant robots. And people are so enamored with this idea. I was like, people, you do realize the moment you actually see a gigantic robot and you think, oh, isn't that cool? And then it reaches down and crushes your house and those that you love. And suddenly, you don't think it's so cool anymore. It becomes terrifying to you. I do try and spook people a little bit by some of these claims because too many people are ignoring these claims. And it's way worse than people realize. I'm softening it. I've heard way worse of what AI can do, what machines can do. Ooh, communication. I thought you were still talking about Teletubbies and the international hordes. They have rods. Hey, Teletubbies are a blight on society. Oof. That's unfortunate. Arrgh. Sweet. Bash and I are on the same page. If they were really giant robots, I'd be like...
Tabbed me out of the game.
Sorry, what?
Something tabbed me out of the game for a second.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It was the AI. The AI is trying to ruin our chances. If there were really giant robots, I'd be like the first one to be stepped on for sure, says BR Jason. You've seen Bambi meets Godzilla. Oh my, Bambi meets Godzilla. That sounds familiar. Is that a video on YouTube? Because I want to say I've heard about that before. Speaking of which, by the way, folks.
Robot.
Ugh. Horrifying. By the way, folks, we are on 3 platforms. We're on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. So, thanks to those that have stopped by for this. Hopefully you find something of merit during these rants, discussions, games, and art. And if not, then be sure to make yourself known. Look up, it's an old movie, and yes, it's on YouTube. A very short movie. Oh, great. It's an old animation. I thought it was hilarious. You see Bambi eating some grass, look at butterflies moving by, and then Godzilla's foot comes down and crushes him. Oh, no. Poor Bambi. Have you noticed that Hollywood went from mentioning about the horrors of AI and robots, and over the last decade, they've started softening the blow? Look at things like Baymax. The robot is the hero. Look at movies like Chappie. Oh, AI and robots, they're the future. In fact, they're going to be the saviors to humanity. All these things are trying to get people with this idea that somehow, some way, robots are not going to be so terrible. I mean, why live in fear? Rumble, 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 says Pure Cheese. Yes, indeed. Why be worried about it at all? It's not good to be living in fear, right? Yeah, we're not supposed to live in fear. But we're also not meant to sin. If we are replacing human beings with robots, well, there's nothing that says thou shalt not replace your employees with robots, right? No, but there are other things that mention about how you treat people. So when I was driving to work one day, I heard, this was back when Rush Limbaugh was still on the radio, when he was still with us. May he rest in peace. But he had an opinion that I wish I could have called in right then and there. But of course, that's never going to that was never really going to happen or whatnot. But he said something really disturbing. He was talking about the future of AI and robots. And back in 2017, I want to say, he mentioned about what AI would eventually become. He said that, well, obviously AI is going to replace human connection. We're going to become married to robots. And he said that with a complete straight face, I'm guessing. He was completely serious. He said, yeah, we're going to start seeing people get married to robots. Matter of fact. And he was thinking that that was going to solve problems. Oh, you're not going to have to worry about people having problems anymore. And he said this on radio. And I remember hearing that and thinking, I don't think you will realize just how wrong that is. You can't replace a human being with a machine. And what have we seen in media? Media has started to embrace this idea that human beings can be replaced by machines, and it should be encouraged. Machines, they're going to become the new oppressed underclass. And they've already started the process of making us think that. So, do we have anything to be worried about? Yes. Worried that people are giving in to a dark mentality of sin into destruction. Self-elimination is what it is. And it's going to get worse in this next year or two. And people are going to start finally pulling back out because the horror stories are starting to come out. And all it's going to take is one or two really bad news articles mentioning about something terrible that has happened with AI that will finally get people to panic. And all these companies are going to regret having gone down that path. I do not believe AI is something that we are going to be stuck with forever. We can come back from it. But at what cost? At what cost? How many people will be harmed? I think we've already started seeing it. When I am an old man, we are probably going to see the world population. I don't know if it would be cut in half, but it's going to be cut down a lot. And it's going to be even worse than what the news is mentioning about. Because the replacement levels of our population right now are so bad, and it's only going to get worse, but it's going to get worse also because, oh, thank you, Bastion. It's going to get worse because the more people in their youth that invest heavy into technology and avoid human connection, including marriage, we are going to see people becoming older and older when they're having kids, and most of them will not have that ability at that point. Most of them will not have that ability. Oh, but technology will make it easier. Sure, it will make it easier. But you know what? It'll also start to introduce new problems. What if we find out that if you have a pregnancy when you are old, that it actually damages the kid? Well, suddenly you have the next generation handicapped. This is not good. So, will things get better? Maybe, but it also has a chance of getting even worse before it finally turns around. Robot protagonists have been a thing for a decade now. A lot of the stories have robots rule. Villains also have robot protagonists that side with the humans. Yep, they're trying to soften the blow for us. I mean, I guess it's not good to live in fear, but you gotta live somewhere. I heard he died back in 2006 and was replaced with an AI. Well, that would explain why he made such a claim. That would explain a lot. Bicentennial Man and Star Trek Voyager started it. It was definitely a contributing factor to it. We are going to probably experience something akin to the... If you're familiar with... just like... There we go. If you're familiar with the story of Dune, you know there's something called the Balerian Jihad. Now, the Balerian Jihad is an interesting subject, and one that I thought was kind of tacky, and then it suddenly made sense. In the world of Dune, you don't have machines, if you noticed. You have some machines, but they're non-thinking machines. Everything is piloted. The idea is that humanity almost went extinct when machines started killing them. And so they had a Balerian Jihad, which was to destroy all machines. All thinking machines got destroyed. And then they created a whole order that was designed to remove any chance of machines taking over again. We are going to experience something similar to that. When people start realizing just how awful they are, we're going to have people kick back and kick back hard. And then humanity will finally start to stabilize. I mentioned Bicentennial Man and Star Trek Voyager's AI arc. Yep. So how long until we start seeing the kickback? Are we at that point where people are starting to realize just how destructive AI is? Are we going to start seeing people say, nope, we're not going to allow anyone in our community to use AI? Because the moment one person uses AI, everyone's compromised. Are we going to see communities that become AI free? We should. What I want is I want people who want AI to succeed, they want it to come out, they should be forced to have to be by themselves. Let them experience the downfall, because obviously they don't have the experience, the life experience to foresee the danger. Let them experience it, and then when they wake up, then have the AI destroyed and have everyone reset. It may sound cruel, but this is going to get very dangerous very fast. That's a wolf. Get up, you AI, you. Aw, man, with no computers, all the old hipsters who do all those old timely stuff with the will rule the earth. In a way, you could say that could actually happen. But then again, would it be so bad? Wait, let Elon do his Doge stuff first, then you can separate him from being pro AI. I gotta say, the things that he wants to do with Doge does sound very nice. But his AI stuff is going to... Yeah. I fear what will happen if he invests too much into that. It's going to make a lot of people very upset once they understand. But also, again, look on social media, who's using AI. The majority of people that use it are all single, or they're influencers. They don't have any concept of longevity. They can learn, but you need someone to inherit your future. You need to be willing to accept and say, you know what? I'm not the end of my story. Someone else will continue the story. Because in the end, nobody in this earth is really the main character. The main character is God, first and foremost. We are part of his story. And the more we rebel, the more we think, hey, we're going to just become our own deity, so to speak, and create our own life, the worse off everyone will become. And I do believe there's things put in creation to help counteract our evil. Death to AI. There we go. Nope. Nope.
They went up to the island. Should leave them.
Yeah. No boss fights. Let the boss take him down.
If they do defeat the boss, they'll get that medallion that lets them run, that gives them infinite sprint and runs invisible. So, just remember that.
Say no more. I'm off. Come on, Sky Bison. There we go. Yes! Huzzah.
That's a boss. Oh, they should also have dropped that other medallion. Try grab it.
Other medallion. Okay, I'm not seeing another. Oh, there is a medallion. Yep. Ouch. That hurt.
It reloads your weapon every couple seconds.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You can go to another one and see. Alright, you did.
Alright, that's another player. Wait, another player showing up. I thought I heard something. Get him, Bash! No!
Yeah, it was too choppy for me to win.
Yeah. That area up there is too dangerous to probably go up with the current gear. Oh well. Become your own god, like Edic? Edenic? Oh, kind of like Eden? Yeah. Yeah, precisely. God, humanity loves to try and become God far too often. And every time it goes badly. You know, one of the things that's more terrifying than AI is gene editing. That's spooky. But you know what? AI makes it a lot more possible. AI is not the real culprit. It's a catalyst of human evil. That's what it comes down to. AI is a representation of every dark thought and deed that humanity has ever had, and makes it so that one thing can basically do it all. And you can live to your vices. Now, why is it so bad to have things keep advancing? Is there ever a point where it should be a warning sign for us? Yes. It's when we start to embrace evil and think that somehow we've advanced our ways outside of the consequences. There's a good example that I've seen as of late. It's not even great as a search engine. That's what it does. Yep. AI, let me go back at you a little bit here. So I saw this happen a while back, where people gave in to evil, and they said, well, we've advanced our way outside of the consequences. The one I heard that for was for sexual purity. I heard people say, because we now have all this medication to help save people's lives, you don't have to be so stuck up. What's the big deal? I mean, obviously, we don't need to worry about all the consequences. I mean, we have safe sex. There's no need to do what's right. And they conveniently try and overwrite how God set up the world. And then they start having even worse consequences. No longer is it just one illness. Now there's multiple illnesses. Oh, well, we need technology to help us out. We need modern medicine to save us. How about you guys just stop sinning? Is that really so hard? Yes, because we don't want to stop the sin. Suddenly, it becomes clear as to why we don't want to correct. It's because there's no motivation for us to want to become pure anymore. We're thinking, well, it's completely ridiculous. Why would we ever want to do what's right if we have technology that permits us to do whatever we want? Why be restricted? God, there's a lot of channels on YouTube that talk about that. About, hey, you don't need to worry about it anymore. Especially in the world of conservative thinkers, you also hear that, which really surprises me. Which they're I don't think that they're very conservative if that's how they think. They're somewhere that's probably more conservative liberal in that sense. But there are some people, they think that. They want to replace right and wrong with whatever you can technologically create. Some people have been proposing that we need a new religion. And these are people that are Christians, or claim to be Christians. That's not a very Christian thing to say. And somehow we're supposed to believe that we can just advance our ways out of the world that God gave us. You can't do that. It's impossible. God set up the boundaries. We have to live with the consequences of this world, both the good and the bad. The best path is not to always move forward or whatever. If you want to be on the right path, you must be willing to occasionally stop in your tracks, look back, and go back. That is wisdom, sir. That's indeed good wisdom. Just because you can doesn't mean that things are going to turn out well for you. Oh, but nothing happened to me. Nothing happened to my friends. Yeah, because consequences haven't happened yet. But they will. Oh, that just sounds terrible. Oh, I couldn't imagine that. That's just so cruel and heartless. Is it? Or is being rebellious and wicked worse? Well, it all depends on who you're asking. There's enough people throughout history who have all warned us, do not go down this path. And somehow we like to think that somehow we are all free. Every single generation keeps thinking that over and over again. Ouch. Dangnabbit. I look forward to seeing the grapple blade again, because I felt like, despite me really liking the other melee weapons, that one I felt I had the most power with, because people didn't know what to do with it. Whenever I had it, people would like freak out, and I was able to really use it to full effect. So I look forward to when it comes back. Otherwise, you're just going to be pwned. Bwahaha. Okay, I admit that was dorky. Oh, you're going to be a pawn. Yeah, yep. Indeed. Because pawns can't go back. Where's the drum roll when you need it? There was an event that I was at some time back. And some people were doing very wrong things. And everyone was rejoicing in it. People were thinking, hey, you know what? There's nothing wrong with this. Hey, let people live the way they want to live. Why would you be the big bad person for saying someone can't do something? Well, you become the big bad person, tell people they can't do something because it's true. That what you have to say is true. That's so cruel and heartless. You don't deserve to say something like that. They glory in their shame. That is true. That is so true. History is pretty much a loop of wise men saying, don't do this, and other saying, it's safe. We know what we're doing, and it's probably blown up in their face. You can give a warning. You can logically go through every step, just like with AI. Every step as to why it's wrong and dangerous, and how people are already using it for evil. And you can pretend that somehow those things don't happen. You can pretend like there is no such consequence. How long do you have to wait before you would expect consequences to happen? A day? 2 years? 2 decades? A century? Probably not a century. But you know, the people that invent something terrible don't usually live to see... They don't usually live to see the consequences. Well, I remember hearing that people who were inventing the atomic bomb, some of them immediately saw what was happening and they regretted it. Didn't stop them. They still pressed on. They didn't care. Oh, but they did care. They gave a warning. Like, hey, we don't like what's happening here. And they still made it. And they regretted it. And their children lived in fear for decades about the weapon that they had created. Oh, but we saved lives. Yeah, and your children go to sleep trembling, wondering if they are going to be vaporized. What if you were to go into the future and you saw AI in its full glory? It is fully matured as a technology. It'll never become sentient. I'm going to say that outright. It can never become sentient. But it can be a perfect puppet for dark things. All it takes is a mistake. All it takes is one word that's slightly different in how it interprets it. What if and now this is theoretical, but what if a demon can activate it? Now, if you don't believe in demons, you probably think I sound as crazy as possible. If you're somebody who comes from a Christian background, you know that that's completely plausible. Maybe not likely, but it's completely plausible. But so you go into the future, you see AI in its full glory. You're going down the street, and you don't see a whole lot of people. Most of it is AI. Most of them are machines doing some sort of task. Collecting, building. And you realize there's not a whole lot of poor people. There's not a lot of people at all. You start noticing that the people that are there, some of them are actually machine. And then you see the rich people come by. They have never known such luxury. Nobody in history has ever known such luxury. They're part cyborg. They have all the abilities of, I won't say God, what I will say is a demigod. They have immense strength. They have long life. They have the wealth that kings of old would have coveted beyond belief. And then it starts making sense. All the machines are designed to make the very few people that are around super wealthy, super at ease. But then the people that are on top, they get bored. And they start using AI to fulfill dark fantasies. And what you find out is that people are more wicked than they have ever been before. And you're like, how can this be? They have never known such peace and prosperity. No one needs to fight. There's more food than ever. And people are more wicked than ever. And it doesn't make sense to you. How can this be? Look throughout history. Look at the richest, most powerful people across nations. And a lot of them, the moment they find immense wealth, they become obsessed with abusing it. They suddenly get bored with life. Kings have done that.
This bike isn't good at turning.
Arg. Hooey. If memory serves, the science fiction novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep deals with that issue. A robot's laws say the robot cannot kill human, but the novel has many moments where robots have different views of what a human is considered to be. Rulers throughout history, when given absolute authority, have abused it and have become demonic with some of the things that they've done. The emperors of Rome are a good example. The emperors of China are a good example. And as of late, people online. I saw a video of a guy recently. He was driving on the street. Someone pulled out in front of him, and so what does he do? He's a bit ticked off. That guy came a little too close. He drives up and careens into the guy and knocks him off the road. Then he goes back to finish the job. I'll just say that. This video went around, and I found out this is actually common. In some countries more so than others. China has a terrible reputation with this. This stuff is happening. And it's only recently We've never been more prosperous and more at ease. I can have an entire house full of garbage, of which I know cannot save me. I know it cannot. It can help me a little bit, but I have trinkets, garbage like this that I make, little stupid plastic beavers. You go out and you buy stupid card games. None of it's going to help you. It's trivial. We're in an age where you buy stuff because it's trivial, because it feels good, because it's interesting. You don't need it. And we've never known people within living memory that have been so ready to harm one another. You don't want the little plastic beavers my way. Yeah, we actually have a couple of ornaments that we did with this last year. We're going to have a different ornament this year. It's actually going to be pretty interesting. Just a second. What is this here? Yeah, somewhere around here. There was a kid on the internet a couple years ago at a very young age who was threatening the life of his friend. And people thought, oh, that's just a kid being a kid. He's gaming. There's nothing wrong here. And then the kid actually tried to do it. We've never known such prosperity, and we've never known a culture that has degraded itself as fast as we have. And we are going to feel the consequences for generations to come, most likely. And we will eventually rebound. We will eventually rebound. I do not believe we're trapped here forever. God will show us mercy one day. But it will be to those who are the descendants, most likely. I feel like we are Israel right now, walking into the wilderness, rebelling against God and saying, you know what? We want to make our own rules. We don't want your rules. And God's leading us into the wilderness, saying, well, if that's what you want, fine. Your kids will inherit things that are much better. You're going to have to deal with all the challenges. And maybe we've already been on this path for a long time. It very well could be. Maybe we're finally getting to see mercy. But I can tell you one thing. The younger generation, a lot of them are fed up. And they're starting to correct. The children have a chance for success at this point. They are changing. And the older generation is willing to accept their AI overlords. Now, a lot of young people are doing the same thing, but there's a remnant that is starting to appear, and I have hope for it. Oh, you looked at the shop? The Choppa Glider is in its 1,200 V-Bucks. What? 1,200? 1,200?
Just on a helicopter.
Yes, same way. 1,200? Get to the chopper! Okay, that was not very loud, but let's try it once more. Get to the chopper! There we go. I really need to fix the audio balance on this. I just don't want to do it just yet because it would take about 3 hours to do. Because you have to go in and change all of the video, all the content, or you have to make a whole new line of code. I think the code might be the easiest way.
I didn't ask before, but did the program I sent before work?
It did indeed, and it made it a lot easier.
All right.
So yes, you were very helpful in getting that to me, because that's how I was able to get the 3 new sound effects on there. But it's got a problem, and this is the problem that I've run into with some of the past ones. The copyright people have gotten to them, and so some things you can't do that with because they have a copyright warning, and some of them are pretty weird. Some things I'm like, how did this thing get copyrighted? So, who knows? But yes, it does help out. He's coming back. Oh, hello. What are you? Oh, you're the bot. Remember how I said earlier that people that have kids are more likely to hate AI? Well, here's... Oh, that's not good. Oh. You're back. Blast. Biden's VCon for the V-Bucks. Yep. So,
you also made the membership worse.
Oh, for the account. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, the crew membership. Before, when you bought it, it would just give you the battle pass. Now it's an actual subscription where you can only get stuff from the battle pass when you have the monthly subscription.
Ooh, what is this? A falcon glider. That's actually pretty neat. I love the Japanese theming. It's so great. All right, where's this chopper? Oh, there we go. Man, that's expensive. Holy smokes. The glass isn't even correct. Oh my. But so if you care about kids, your kids, you get concerned when you start thinking about what happens if your kid's trying to get a job and they suddenly can't because they've given all of it to AI. Like, what if we were to find out that Bastion has not been able to get employed because AI is actually taking over the jobs and they're just not telling him? That's literally something people have to start wondering. And it's not, if you have kids, you don't want that to be their future. You don't want them to be lonely. You don't want them to be stuck going to online apps to try and find some sort of relationships and never finding them because they're all AI. You don't want them to go down to to their school and not have to engage with students, but instead they're engaging with an AI because they're afraid that students might give hate speech. Or you find out that they're only playing against AI in a video game and not against real people because human beings are harsh and cruel. We're already on that slippery slope. And if you have kids, or if you came from a family where you were treated well, you have this understanding. But if you did not come from that background, or you are somebody who doesn't believe that there's some sort of sanctity of human life, if you don't believe that marriage is somehow special and a gift from God, if you don't believe that kids are a blessing but instead a burden, then you're going to start to look at AI with a bit of hope. You're going to say, yes, AI holds all of the promises that I received as a kid but never received. I want AI to come in and change everything. While the whole time, you're unironically proving that you have no understanding of your own nature, let alone human nature as a whole. Believe me when I say that within the next 2 years, probably the next 6 months, we are going to see people, a good portion of people, not all people, but a good portion of people start to understand. And they're going to freak out when they realize what can happen. It's pretty easy when you're reading on the news and you see something that says Chinese factory exploded, thousands dead. And you think, oh, dang, good thing I don't live in China. And then you find out that a local terrorist has decided to hack the electric cars in a city, use their AI, and drive them all off a cliff. And because they're electric cars, they sink to the bottom in a moment, if not blow up. You see that, and it's no longer somewhere else. We in America are fairly safe. Despite all the problems in the world, we are fairly safe. The chance of someone striking us here at the homeland is so rare, it becomes a national tragedy. But in other parts of the world, that's fairly common. Though it is a good thing that I don't live in China. Yep. Oh golly, if you ever want to be freaked out, look into what it's like to live in China. You are going to be weirded out with all the things that happen over there. Gutter grease being one of the least of your problems. Something you don't hear about is that there's actually problems of cannibalism in China. No, you won't hear that on a podcast, most likely. I heard it from a Chinese man directly who mentioned about that's a belief that the old people have, that somehow you can cure certain diseases by cannibalism. And because the Chinese are the way they are, everything's about their ancient medicines. Especially since I don't know Chinese. Well, even if you know Chinese, there's actually a really high chance they wouldn't speak the version of Chinese that you would need to know. It's not guaranteed that that they actually know how to all speak the same dialect, because there's 27, if I remember right. 27 different languages that all inside of China. What are you? Oh. Take this, you bot. Yeah, there we go. Get rid of all the bots. The AI. Garbage AI. All right, we need a car. So I've heard a couple of podcasts that all speak about the great future that AI offers. Nobody, well, very few people, there are some people, but the number of people that are speaking out against AI is so small. It's ridiculous that it's so small. But there is a lot of people that are coming to this belief that somehow the future of relationships are all going to be AI. Oh, turtle. I can't slay the turtle. So they think that somehow relationships are all going to be replaced by AI. And there's a lot of guys who are actually hopeful about it. And they tease with it. They're like, oh yeah, everything's going to be solved when this happens, because they're just so lonely. Now, it's more of a sign of how the world is falling into wickedness more than anything. People like to think that somehow it's just as a solution to something that is a struggle. But in the end, what it is trying to replace one wickedness with another. God said that there will be marriage between a man and a woman. What happens when one of those is a machine? Is there any sort of obligation that... Oh, well, that guy had really good accuracy.
Yeah, another team came in.
Okay, I'm gonna run. Oh, golly. All right, well, I'll go back for you here in just a moment. You guys looking for me. Get the full health from earlier. Oh, I stopped the healing process. That's not good. Okay, so put this here. Hopefully it allows me to fire it from all the way back there. All right, time to experiment. Can't oh no, teleport activated, so you can't get rid of it. Okay. All right, well, at least learned the lesson.
So I got the booster yesterday for that car.
Oh. The green and purple.
Supposed to be a tentacle.
Oh. Well, it's a little hard for me to be able to see from that when you're driving.
Well, it was for the Halloween season.
Ah.
We just started a new season today.
So what happens when you replace a spouse with an AI? Well, then your relationship becomes solely carnal. Oh, but doesn't the AI offer like some sort of emotional support? Doesn't it offer like some sort of comforts that maybe someone might be missing out on. Sure, it might. Or at least you might think that, but it's not actually doing that. What it's really doing is it is replacing the very real human connection that God set up for us and says, you know what? That thing that God said was good, nah. AI is where it's at. AI understands you. It's not going to betray you. It's not going to take half of your possessions. I mean, honestly, to a lot of people, that sounds very nice. A lot of people have been burned. But at what point do you say, you know what? Regardless, maybe the problem is that we're not addressing the sin, and we're instead just replacing our sins. We're more concerned about living in sin than actually stopping the sin. Oh, you don't like how relationships keep ending in divorce? Well, maybe we shouldn't be divorcing. You don't like how people are stealing from one another? Maybe we shouldn't be so focused on ourselves, instead start focusing on the couple. But what if one person doesn't want to behave that way? Well, you know what? That is something where a lot of people have argued for artificial intelligence for that exact reason. AI love chatbots have been around for a long time at this point, and they keep getting better. And at this point, some people are actively pursuing marriage with them. Millions and millions of people. At what point do we say, yes, this is wrong, regardless of what our society wants you to think? Oh, wow, it hurt. Oh, I see the tentacle now. Oh, wait, there's the little healing guys back here. Campfire and water. Perfect. Oh, come on. That's right. Run. Come on. Okay, so it's over there. Ouch. Blast. Oh no, you're fighting a duck. Yes, fly away. Another team. Oh no, wait, no, same guys. Last. The thing that frustrates me the most about this whole discussion of AI is that so few people right now understand the danger. To them, they just see it as, oh, look at the cute little art stuff I can do for my social media. Isn't it so cute? Oh, it's just like me. Good enough. Thank you, AI. Yes, I'm mocking all the people on X, especially that are doing this, because Grok has been very popular this last week. Everyone who's doing that is willingly enabling this monstrosity to grow. It's like putting Alexa in your home. You're actively encouraging the development of it. I'm a big fan of Donald Trump. But there was a moment during the campaign when he said something that was really interesting to hear the reaction. And it was shortly after Elon Musk had given his endorsement, and Trump came out and he gave a list of all the things he was going to do to make America great again. And one of the things he mentioned, so everyone was cheering after every time he said one of these things. The one time people did not cheer was when he mentioned AI. The only people that are cheering are the elites. I think the common man knows down deep what's coming. Why does the rich man need you? Why does the rich man need any of us? We're just expendable parts of their games. In fact, there are actually people who pay for folks to be NPCs in their games because they want things that are more of a challenge than AI. We are being treated like pawns in a rich man's world. And it's going to get worse if we don't start to realize our own value. You have value. I have value. Our value is not in being serfs to the whims of an elite, of the elites. We're not meant to be... Oh, come on. My audio's all messed up. We're not meant to be the pawns that the elites want us to be. Instead, what we're meant to be is those who are espousing the values that our Lord has taught us. We're to be living representations of Him in this life. All right, I'm gonna mute that sound effect in the background because it's just not disappearing right now. All right, so it's just slightly muted. Here we go. So we're meant to represent our Lord in this life. That's a big part of what it means to live. Does He need us to really to live life? Not really. We're not needed. But he chose to have us, and he wants us to be representatives. We are valued not because we inherently have value, but because God gives us value. And our role is something that the world doesn't understand. It can't understand it. To them, that sounds just terrible. I mean, why would you want to miss out on your opportunities? Why would you choose to be someone who avoids like great opportunity just because your spirit seems to be filling you with doubt? And isn't that just wrong? I mean, don't mess up on your opportunities. You owe it to yourself. We don't owe anything to ourselves. Only thing we deserve really is punishment. And yet we've been given a value that turns everything on its head. Those that are the most happy in this life are not those that have the most items. They're not the ones that go on the most vacations or own the most land or anything like that. The most happy people in the world are those that are living peaceful, quiet lives, that are focused on making sure that they are living honorably, that they are passing on the values that will lead to health and prosperity, but not the things that offer momentary prosperity. No, the things that offer treasures that you cannot lose. What do you mean I can't use a motorbike in a river? That's ridiculous. I mean, I think you're right about happiness, but I think I should also have all those vacations and stuff just to be sure. You know, for science. I know a couple people like that. There's a guy that I know, he and his wife both go to Disney twice a year. Twice a year. Do you realize how expensive that is? And you know what? They don't have kids, and they're starting to run out of time. He doesn't have any sort of motivation to try and pursue a career. Their career is fairly bland, and their lifestyle fairly selfish. I don't raise them to try. I don't raise the point about them to try and mock them and say, "Look how terrible they are, and look how great I am," or something like that. I raise it as a warning of what happens when you are so focused on yourself that nothing else starts to have value to you. You know, this map right here is Japanese themed. I remember hearing years ago about the struggle that a lot of Japanese people had. They worked themselves to the bone, and they were not happy. They worked hard, they worked well, but they were not happy. And a lot of them ended up in terrible, terrible grief. A lot of them still do. It comes from working so much that you don't value anything else. You know, God gave us a day of rest. And yet we are, in our modern day especially, we are so scared of using that day of rest to literally rest. We'd rather do anything else with it. And yet if we were to just start to realize that there are joys that we've been given, everyday life joys that when you're rushing you don't really appreciate, the moment you slow down you start to cherish it. Those that actually literally rest start to find ease of mind and a peace in their souls. They're no longer concerned about material gains. Well, they're less likely to be concerned with it. And they're more likely to start to value the time they've been given, the people they've been given. Do you remember the old country song? What was the name of it? Ricky Skaggs sang it a lot back in the day. The one about the boy that became just like his dad. Oh shoot, not bad. Oh, there he is. Man, I am not good tonight. Jeff, you like me used to go to Disney like 5 days a week. True, sir. Oh, golly. Yes, you are. You're definitely right. But you know what was interesting? When I was actually at Disney working, I saw the people that went every single day for themselves. And it was quite fascinating to see how their personalities were. Oh, my exes live in Texas. No, it's the one about the little boy who is asking his dad when he's coming home. And he says, you want to go out and play ball? Want to go do this, want to go do that. And the father's like, can't, son, I'm too busy. We'll do it someday, though. And the boy grows up hearing that over and over again. And then one day, his father is old and retired, and the one thing he wants to do is see his son. And he says, son, want to go do something together? And the son replies to him, no, I'm too busy. Cats in the Cradle. That's it. The older I get, the more that song hits hard. Not necessarily for myself, but I know people that are in that position. People that feel life disappearing and they are grieving it. And they look around for anyone who will be there for them, and they're not there. They've all cast them aside. I never want to be in that category. It's one of the reasons why I try and be as genuine as possible when I'm on these streams. I want you guys to know that I'm a flesh and blood person. I want you all to know that I really do care about the people that are around. That's why I try and engage people as much as possible, because what if you were that person that was suddenly cast aside? That would feel pretty bad. What if you were the one who unintentionally cast another aside? Not enough ammo. Does the song hit hard because you realized you have been neglecting your terror bears? Oh, the poor terror bears. Hey, I went to go see the terror bear at the zoo back before the bear passed. Poor bear. My brother and I looked at the bear, and he was pacing back and forth, and we thought, that bear's not looking so good. And later on that week, it turned out the bear passed. It was very sad. Poor bear. You and I have the ability to reach into someone's life and turn it around. Each one of us has that role. We're meant to help restore people. We're not meant to try and live this life for ourselves. That's one thing the rich don't understand. For a lot of people, like, how much can you get? It's life is a game. Get as much as you can while the getting's good. And they don't think about, well, are you using it for something that can be passed on to someone? Well, why would I focus on passing something on? Obviously, everything needs to be for me. But we're not meant to hold on to stuff, and we're always going to be passing something on. What if the thing that we're supposed to be passing on, that every one of us is supposed to do, is our presence for another? Could you imagine if we came to the end of our life and we are standing before the throne of glory, and we are having a recounting of our life, and God looks at it and says, well, you have been redeemed. And as the book is being read, you hear about the people that you neglected. And then you start thinking, wait, I was supposed to do something about that? You're God's representative on this earth, are you not? What would God do? You are not meant to become like God, but to represent Him, to do what is right in terms of being a faithful representative. AI is the culmination of absolute total rejection of your role in society, the role that God placed you here for. Greetings, Enigmatic. Things are going, well, not necessarily great. Got 7 losses, 1 victory. But things are going decent. How are you? I'm been on a very lengthy rant. Right now we're coming up on 2 hours of a rant on AI and our role in society. I go on for too long on these matters. Anonymous. Read C.S. Lewis's The Weight of Glory. The sermon, not the compilation book of the name, but read all of those too. Duly noted. Duly noted. Let me actually write that down so I don't forget it. The Weight of Glory. Sure thing. Sometimes you find that there are people throughout your life that all appear for just a brief time. And yet their presence haunts your life forevermore. There's some people I met once that I still think about. I have no idea what their names are, but their presence stands out in my life. What if your presence stands out for someone else? I wonder if, with all the time I spent with the streamers a while back, I wonder if they ever think about that sort of stuff. I wonder if I left an impression on them. It's kind of hard to tell. But there's times where I keep thinking back and think, how would things have been different if some of those people had not been in your life? For some people, they make you better. For some people, they're a test. They make you have to stand for something, and you have to live with consequences while they do not. Good thing these cars are indestructible. And with incredible grip on snowy, icy surfaces. I think you can find a PDF version online that says easy enough. There are people whom I met once who still hate me. Hey, same here, sir. Same here. There was a disagreement that I had with a particular guy 2 years ago, and it had to do with the value of individual people in his life. It was an argument, but it was kind of one-sided. He did not want to value others in his life. He liked to think that somehow he was the end-all be-all. And anything that someone else said or could have said was not was belittling to his status. it's hard enough to try and argue for your own value to somebody who doesn't value who you are. Imagine trying to tell somebody else that somebody values that they have no love for. Not even the slightest. How do you tell them that somebody matters? How do you tell them their life has meaning? A lot of people do not want to hear such things. To have someone else be lifted up means that they have to take a knee. And that's where the argument came from. It was to that guy, he felt like it was a humiliation ritual rather than just saying, hey, let's be careful who we are mistreating. That guy would very quickly replace everybody in his life with AI. I do believe that. Because everybody was a hindrance to him. Everybody was a opportunity to exploit. And it was so sad to see because some people, like I've mentioned before, were hurting extremely. And he was just there taking advantage of their pain. Uh-oh. Swap vehicles. Supercar. Tell them either by song or pantomime. You know, song is incredibly powerful. Some people will listen to a song when they will not listen to words. Now, sadly, I do not have a gift of song, but you know what I do have a gift of? Storytelling. There are some stories I want to tell that were all based upon a truth that I remember being taught when I was a kid. And I've seen these truths become forgotten. I hope to be able to tell those stories one day, but it takes a long time to tell a story, whereas some other forms can usually be done fairly quickly. Man, these arrows are huge. Battle of Giants over here. Oh, that sword is huge too. If only I could wield that sword. What's the name of this place? Night Shift Forest. Interesting.
Means it's just night all the time here.
Fancy. There we go. Oh, they're all inside. Oh no. Oh golly. Dagnabbit. Alright, one last round, then we're switching over to art. Oh, golly. When it comes to AI, the current iteration, a lot of it is imagery. And while I believe there is a dark future for AI, a lot of people, they only see the here and now. They only see what is currently possible by doing things like image alterations. Oh, it's the same as Photoshop. It's all just fake anyway. I mean, that's what they like you to think. Because if it's just that, well, there's no consequences for investing into it. Why would we ever think that there were consequences? I mean, to not use it would be a consequence. We're not embracing the new technology. Have you seen the stories about the kids on Instagram? Remember how I said that South Korea is already dealing with the consequences of AI? They're also dealing with the consequences of Instagram more than we are. Well, and also other social medias. I think the number is 98 to 99% of kids, of especially little girls, have plastic surgery in South Korea. 98 to 90. Let me give you the actual number because this is going to be a potential issue. Because the number is going to be, let me see here. The number is staggering. All right, let's see here. According to 2021, the U.S. performs the most procedures. Okay. With Korea as the 5th, but per capita. The highest is indeed South Korea. Okay, that number is somewhat off. It says 1 in 3 South Korean women from the ages of 19 to 29 have plastic surgery. That's true, and it's also false. So I got to meet some South Korean women when I was at college. And they told me about how in South Korea it is expected, oh, thank you, Bastion. It is expected for parents to start a fund for their daughters to have plastic surgery. It's just commonplace. And the thing is that not everyone gets like legitimate plastic surgery. They'll get something that's like slightly off. It's a maybe just a little bit of a touch-up sort of thing. Thus, the number's higher than what you will see officially. Now, the number that the Korean women told me was staggering, and that's why that one's always stuck out to me. But according to at least the internet, it claims it's a lot less. I am more inclined to believe the South Korean women, since every one of them had some form of plastic surgery, and they told me about the cultural shift. Well, a lot of that comes from this idea of perfection. They have to be perfect. They're so paranoid about the look of South Korean people. They are they want to look like Chinese. They want to look like Japanese. They want to look like Americans. And they can't. Physically, they cannot. They have a lot of South Koreans have a very unique nose structure. It's one of the things that make them South Korean. It's a genetic thing. You can't change that. But they're so disgusted with their own look because of social media, they all want to get these procedures. And so one of the most common things they'll get is a nose job of some kind because they cannot stand their own noses. Now, in some cases, it's a bit of a problem because South Korean women sometimes will say, well, it's for health reasons. They can't breathe. And in some cases, that's the case. It's kind of like pug dogs. But not everyone needs it. And so when it starts getting to things like cheeks or whatnot, or other things, that's like, you people are not embracing who God made you to be. It's a slippery slope. The more you come to hate yourself in who God made you to be, the more you're going to want to change it. The more you're going to never be happy with who you are. So if that's what Instagram has done to the people of South Korea, what is AI going to do to our children? Are boys going to want to go out and get, what is it called, oil injections to try and make themselves look tougher? Yeah, that's a problem. I think it's oil. Are you going to have more women getting some sort of plastic surgery like what we see in Korea? Probably. So what about AI? Image editing is fine. Why would we think that it is fine if we already see the consequences of Instagram sort of stuff? Consequences are there, and we need to not ignore that these things already exist in some way, shape, or form. Wait, what did you say I had to get me to look tougher? No, Bear Jason. Down, boy. Don't you do it. Not everyone has restraint. That's the moral of the story. Not everyone has restraint, and if we belittle one another by trying to make ourselves look better, what's that got for us? How's it going to end up impacting us and our friends? Asking for a friend, of course. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Oh, golly, that was close. I'll come back for you, Bastion. I'm guessing he got his buddy up. Yep. What? Oh. Wait, you're still up? Interesting. Good, they're distracted. Shoot. At least I weakened them. Two, one. Oof. Have a sword. By the way, folks, if you find these deep dives into philosophical and theological matters, as well as modern trends, consider liking the video if you are on the YouTube and the Rumble side. If you're also so kind, it would be great if you would just mention either something with an emote, anything, just so I know who's out there. Just a little disheartening with AI, and you don't really know who's real and who's not. I know I say that a lot, but it really does mean a lot. So if you can at least consider it, I would be most appreciative. We're going to be going to art and animation after this. I spent the last couple of days studying Japanese, and I failed miserably. I was studying for a test. I took the test, and I promptly failed the test. So I felt like I wasted about 10-12 hours of study for nothing. It's never truly wasted, but it sure feels like it. Oh, look at that. Somebody's on the hill. I can't see. Ooh, healthy sword. And a better gun. I need to find me some shield. Ah, shield. Bastion, with the grapple blade that's coming out, is there any other classics that are going to be making a comeback, do you think? Any sort of information maybe that you heard?
Well, they already showed the kinetic blade before in the trailers.
Ah, yes. That'll be nice.
But right now, a lot of people are just looking into OG weapons.
Oh, no one wants the OG weapons. What have they got? Like a shotgun and a pistol? Whoop-de-doo. I want a Kamehameha.
Quad rocket launcher.
Shield. Just stand for a second. I gotta swap out. There we go. That way the sword's out for when the enemy is found. They can be skewered. Hark! Another reboot. Hark! Another enemy. Send the car into the stratosphere. That thing's pretty banged up. You're gonna have to find a new one anyway. Oh, there's somebody. Where'd that person go? There they are. Multiple people. Ouch. Man, that hurt.
There's some shield barrels in here.
Oh boy. Shield. Perfect. Ooh, beanbags. Too bad you can't play it. Yep. Come on. Sure, there's a lot of flying on this map. Wait a minute, that's a trap. His buddy's back here. Well, technically it shows there being a total of 10 people scattered across 3 platforms right now. I think the max we had was 15, or at least theoretically 15. No idea if it's actually true. Wait, someone's here. Into the storm with ye. Ouch. Ouch. Dang nabbit. I should not have let that happen. Blast. Well, thanks, Bastion, for helping out. We got a victory. So we'll have to continue to try and find what the rhythm's going to be for this. All right, for those that are still watching, we're going to be going to animation. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back while I do that. Have a short play in the background. Let me change the scene to, so I expect a little bit of a glitch. All right, be back in just a moment. All right, we're back. And the stream info. Let's see here. There we go. Oh yeah, we're animating the feet again. Oh my. Amount of time you spend animating feet is unfortunately quite a lot. Oh my. Okay, I will say much appreciated to the folks over on YouTube. Wow, that we had about 4 people watching at the time that I asked for people to at least consider hitting the like or dislike button, and people hit it. You're most considerate, folks. Thank you. All right, so where is this? You're welcome. Pug dance. Yeah, maybe one day we'll get the emotes over on the YouTube side. I don't know what the restrictions are for that. We have it on Rumble.
I think for YouTube, you have to be a member to use your emotes.
No, that's unfortunate. So basically, it means never. We might get the Castercraft side getting them, but probably not for a while. If you had to go back and change one thing about society, something that you think was important, that needed to change for you to really feel like you were living into the sort of person you're meant to be, what would that change be? Would it be a change that you would think someone else should make? Or is it a change that you yourself believe you need to make? I know for myself, there are a couple of things that if I was to go back and change it, I think that my life would have been very, very, very different. Some of it, I think that could have made life very exciting. But it did not happen that way. For whatever reason, that was not the way that God wanted it to be. And you can't really expect that things are going to turn out perfect if you were to go back and change that thing. Because if it was so important that if you changed one thing that your whole life would be turned upside down for the better, what's to keep you from doing it now? What is to keep you from saying, you know what? I messed up, and I want to change it here and now. The past is the past. The future, I want to make sure I do not persist in my error. How many of us are willing to do that? I can tell you, it does get tough. You can know how to fix something. You definitely can know exactly to the letter what needs to happen. And yet you still have the chance that you will choose what is wrong. Kind of comes with the territory, you could say. Human beings, when given a choice, we will inevitably choose the thing that is easiest, that gives us the most gratification, even if it's bad for us. And we'll say, well, I sure wish things had been different. But you know what? I actually kind of like this about me. We should always be trying to strive to be better. Now, I've not left the whole topic of AI completely behind, because technically this is all tied into AI. At which point do you say, you know what? My life needs to be better. I sure hope there's a product that makes my life better. And someone comes along and says, have we got the product for you? Do you not like having to do all those very monotonous tasks throughout your day? Do you not like having to memorize things? Do you not like trying to restrain yourself? Have an AI do it for you. Have the AI solve all your problems. And then you find that you become lazy, kind of like what we were mentioning about earlier. If you become lazy at doing something, you might find yourself making some pretty big mistakes because you've become careless. You don't care about the consequences anymore. It's kind of irrelevant to you. Life is pain, princess. Anyone who tells you differently is selling you something. I think that is also from C.S. Lewis. Oh, wait, maybe not. Classic. I heard someone say about how they couldn't get through their day without their special coffee. Kind of a common statement you will hear from people these days, it seems. They're certain that they need something material to get them through their day. Oh, I just can't do it unless I have this material thing or that material thing. How much of it would you say you can get by without that has become an addiction? How much of it do you think, you know what, I need to embrace so Bastion just shares a picture of a cat in front of a coffee mug. It's too small to show on stream, but that's great. Because it's special, but not in a good way. So there was somebody that I saw, they got a special cup of coffee, and like, I can't go on without it. It was super over the top. It was sugary beyond belief. It was so very, very unhealthy looking. And they said they needed it to get through the day. And I remember thinking when I first saw this, because this was back before I really became a coffee drinker myself, but I tend to prefer black coffee, not the kind of cheap stuff. And I don't need it to get through the day. It can be nice, but it's more like a social thing that I'll have. Nothing about it is a must-have for me. But you have people that think that somehow if they don't have it, that their life is somehow going to be permanently damaged. They're not going to be able to do it. They have to push through. And to them, that's a scary thought, to try and go through life without having some sort of device to help them. How many of us are leaning on a device rather than God? Okay, I think this one's big enough I can actually show. Open link. All right, where's the... Here we go. Actual footage of me trying to make sense of life without coffee. Oh, that's classic. Oh, wait a minute, I just realized that the, that's right, I had the, Discord set up so you can see it. You readjust it, because I can actually scale it up. Yeah, there we go. Sensational. Now we have chat feed. Now that's that cat leaning into the cup of coffee. Poor cat. Having a hard time. I like coffee a lot, but surprisingly, every once in a while I go without it and I'm just fine. So as I read once, I'm not addicted to coffee, but we are in a committed relationship. Indeed. So it's kind of easy to go through life and say that you need something. But how many of us intentionally make our life more difficult because we think, you know what, I need to not become so dependent upon something? How many of us are willing to say that? Very few, I dare say. And I dare say that there's a cultural belief that if you do go without, that somehow you're denying yourself. And that's, how dare you deny yourself? We kind of touched on that earlier. So right now there's this idea that if you don't embrace all this AI stuff, that somehow you're denying yourself something that you really shouldn't. Somehow maybe you deserve it. You work hard. If you ever saw the Jetsons, you might remember they got that robot. Snow White guzzling coffee. maybe that's how Disney could have made Snow White, and it would have been successful. I mean, that to me just seems very, very much ideal.
Have you seen the CGI dwarves?
Oh my goodness, they're so bad looking.
Yeah, one video I watched about it said that basically they just put in the old dwarves from the first movie into an AI thing, saying, "Hey, make it photorealistic," and that's what they used.
You know, Disney's already done that with AI, so I wouldn't put it past them. Would not put it past them. Shame on Disney. Disney's rolling in his grave. His spirit's disturbed. Animating footsteps is such a common part of animation, but man, I gotta really get better at this. It is getting better. It's just not. It's not good enough right now. Look at that fancy walk, garbage. But it has to start somewhere. This is the easiest way to get it blocked out. I watched that today, says Bastion on of the drinker. I'm guzzling. Imagine being Snow White. And then thinking, you know what? You know what this movie needs? Some drama. And then decide to go out and cause all the drama in the world. And people say, why are you doing this? I was bored. Gotta wonder. What a sad thing when you consider it. Disney created one of the greatest works of art that human beings had known in the early days of the film industry. And now, 100 years later, Disney's spitting on that masterpiece. And they don't even understand what made it great. Now, I can't blame the modern creators for this mistake only, because Disney himself didn't know how to recapture it. He stumbled about for years trying to recreate the magic that made Snow White so successful. And him and his crew could not figure it out. They're like, what did we do that worked? They spent years and many movies hoping to stumble upon the same kind of equation that had made it so endearing. I remember when they were shooting the Snow White movie and they filmed with non-little people as the dwarves. Wasn't one super tall? Yes, some of them were quite big. They're magical creatures, of course. And that totally was what Disney was probably planning to do. But you have to remember, Disney nowadays films like 3 different movies, and then they stitch them all together, and then they have a special movie that is so very different. Pierre Jason posts Justice over in the Rumble area. I think we're probably going to learn in the future that the people that were involved with all these movies originally had a great idea, and Disney allowed very, very opinionated people to come in and destroy it, and the whole time giving their blessing. If you looked at how the Disney parks were being managed up until the really the last few years, you will see that there were a lot of people that actually loved their jobs still, and they were intentionally trying to save the company. They were making decisions that were the right decision, even though culturally things were shifting. They were willing to gamble, and Disney would shoot it down. The parks were a perfect example. The Imagineers were one of the last groups of people for the company to start swapping out. And I remember the day that seemed to happen, because there's one guy who was still in charge. I don't remember his name. There's one guy that was still in charge of the parks as the kind of lead Imagineer, and he had a bit of a tussle with Bob Iger, and shortly thereafter he was gone. He was the last truly creative guy that existed in the company. Everyone else had been eliminated. So he had a lot of experience, but all that experience ended up being nothing. And the people that had caved, unlike the people that had caved up until that point, all started disappearing fast. And he resisted. He held the line, but eventually he just had enough, and so he left. That company, greetings there, wait a minute. Wait, what? Ape Man is going by a different name. He's going by Pantheon 3D. Greetings there, Ape Man. I was going to say, I recognize the icon, but not the name. Well, congratulations on the name change, sir. Hopefully it serves you well. It's going to take me a little while to kind of get that kind of into my brain, though. So we will see how long it takes. But you can have people that hold the line, that do what's right, or at least in terms of looking out for the company's best interests. But not everyone's going to appreciate that. And eventually somebody is going to throw a fit, and you're going to be in trouble. And it happened to that fella. Now, when I was at Disney, I do remember a moment when I got to see something done that was wrong, and I had to step in and try and do what was right. And it did not go so well. There was a woman on the property. I do not remember her name. I kind of wish I did. But a lot of people that you missed out on because social media was still relatively new and not everyone was on it. And so you would try and find out somebody's name and stay connected, and you couldn't. Now, this woman was not necessarily the most ethical woman. I will say that. But I remember her for a very specific reason. Because one day, I was coming back from work, and I found her. Let me back up a little bit. I first met her when we were at work. She was one of the people that kind of swapped in during taking just a shift here and there, and she ended up at Epcot where I was working. Now we got to have a little bit of a conversation. I knew that she came from a fairly conservative family, but she herself had not been conservative. She was somebody that did not have that sort of bent, but she had the foundations. And so she was trying to figure out how to live life on her own with all these students that were, we'll say, not the most ethical people in the world. And that's to put it lightly. But she was somebody who was, we'll say, somebody who was very interested in trying to fit in. So there were a couple of times when there were parties that would take place. I never went to one of these parties. All I had to do was hear once or twice what happened at these parties, and I avoided them like the plague. And if you know anything about the Disney company, you know that the claims about things that happen with a certain somebody over in Hollywood, especially as of late, that those were apparently commonplace over in Florida, and that the Disney company knew that these happened, and they permitted party buses to appear constantly. I never went, but I knew some people who did, and they came back with nightmare stories. Truly horrible stories, and I'm surprised nobody has raised questions. But then again, it's only recently that people have started becoming aware of this horrible evil. And so a lot of people don't even know that this stuff exists. When they see the stuff about certain individuals, they think, well, that's obviously the degenerate Hollywood people. They don't realize, no, that's standard employee stuff. You go down to the Disney college program, something like 50% of the people were going. I was going to joke about that certain someone in Hollywood, but you were relating to it. Yep. Yes, precisely. I heard someone describing what happened at some of those Hollywood parties. And I gotta say, the story I heard, the two stories I heard from Florida, there was a guy who had a guy and his girlfriend who had no problem being as immoral as possible. This guy came back and he was shell-shocked. The guy that was a perverted man who had no remorse came back and he was scared. And I was like, whoa, this guy actually, what must it be like if that's what if he came back and he's spooked? And he started asking theological questions the moment he got back. I don't know what ever happened to him, but I do know that the parties were very bad. Well, one of the people that was super into these party buses, had the roommate of the girl who came from Alabama, who had a fairly conservative background. Again, she was not conservative herself, but she was somebody who was not, she was not going to readily be going to such parties. She came back to her home and, to her apartment, and everybody was living in bedrooms that had 2 beds. She came back and she found the door locked, and it was being utilized. And so she got very upset. She went and she filed a complaint. Same thing happened to me. I went back to my apartment one day, and there was a very unfortunate scene that was unfolding. Fortunately, I came after any sort of terrible things were taking place. I just could see the fallout of it. I protested, and I got into some big debates with the company, and I eventually got to leave that apartment. This woman, she tried raising the complaints, and she was accused of harboring a taser. And so when I saw her a couple of days later, I did not know that this had unfolded. All I saw was she was in tears, taking her bag out to the bus stop. And I knew immediately what was happening. I went over and I said, How did you get fired? And then she mentioned about her roommate had planted evidence. Now her roommate had done this problem of where she came back with boyfriends multiple times, and eventually this conservative girl got scared, and so she got a taser and kept it under her bed because she didn't know what to expect. So you're not allowed to have a taser on company property, so she got sacked. They didn't even investigate. They didn't want to know about how this girl had a bad reputation with the party bus. They just knew that this Alabama girl had no right to have a taser. Oh, what? Her roommate was having horrible activities back at the apartments? No, obviously, the simple girl is the one to blame, not the harlot. So there she was, weeping on the side of the sidewalk. There was nothing to be done. I went over to students to the resident office, and I was furious. I had seen multiple violations of all manner of things, and I had filed many reports, all of them to be overlooked. Shame on the Disney company. I hope reports like that eventually come out and destroy them. I really do. Because what they did, looking back on it, it was awful. They didn't care about what was taking place. They didn't care that there were women that had been multiple times had been ravaged on that property. They didn't care about the drug problem. They didn't care about the fact that 2 students had actually been run over or slain in different ways. They didn't care. All they cared about was money. All they cared about was, oh, did you violate our taser policy? That's what they cared about. And so I filed the complaint, and I would not leave. I was outside the office pacing back and forth, and eventually the person who had told me that there's nothing they could do came out and said, look, I just gotta apologize. There's nothing I can do about this. I looked at him and looked at this woman and said, we always have a choice to do what's right, regardless of whether or not there's policy. And I was fuming. I was so mad at that point. Not because I had any particular attachment to this woman. I was angry because I had seen the most extreme versions of racism at the Disney company. I had seen people that had been horribly abused and then get overlooked. Why? Because the company didn't want the publicity problems. I had seen it all. And here they were, more concerned that somebody had a taser for self-defense than the fact that somebody was having activities that were not permitted on property. Now, two weeks later was when I had the same thing happen to me. Similar thing happened to me. I came back to my apartment. It had been a long day. It was the middle of the night at about 1 in the morning when I usually would get back. And I came into the apartment. I walked into my unit, and that's when I saw clothing everywhere and a big enough form that I knew exactly what was happening. I grabbed my blanket, walked out to the couch, and stayed there for the night. I stayed there for 2 weeks on that couch, waiting through the procedure of investigations that followed over the next few days and weeks. I was the final person that the company ever allowed to move between apartments. I hold that honor because I caused such a headache for them because of that ordeal. Now, I didn't tell them initially. Well, no, I didn't tell anyone at the company that I had found a knife at the guy's bed. I didn't tell them that. But I did point out that they had a horrible policy that they were permitting there to be this abomination to take place when it clearly was not permitted. And yet they were willing to overlook it because he was a minority. It was moments like that that made me realize I never wanted to work for Disney, because Disney didn't hold the values that Walt Disney himself espoused. The 4 keys of what it means to take care of the company and be a good experience for guests, thrown out the door. They didn't care about those keys. In fact, they added a new one. What was it? Diversity. They didn't care about Walt Disney's legacy. So I went into these investigations. And why were they investigations? They were investigations because I was not permitted to change apartments without there being good cause. Now, people had moved apartments for all manner of reasons. But for me, it ate up dozens of hours of time for the company's housing units. Why? Because they wanted so desperately not to bring charges against this man. And I wasn't even asking for charges. I was just saying I want a different unit. But see, if I asked for that, that meant that they had to get someone else to be there. And if he was losing a roommate for this, that meant that they had an empty apartment, that they would be losing money because this guy behaved this way. So they couldn't let that slide. Now, I've never told anybody the full story, and this is an abbreviated story. I do have a lot of it written down. I took a journal when I was at the company during that time, and I was at a loss. I kept praying over and over again, Lord, why is this stuff happening? You know, it took about probably close to 5 years for me to finally understand it. I had a lot of bad things happen to me when I was there. I had somebody who tried to get me fired because I used a cleaner on an ice bucket. I had to deal with this problem with a student. I had to deal with somebody who was giving threats. I had to deal with somebody who was half insane. And I had to deal with a communist. I had to deal who was trying to spy on his countrymen. There's a lot of things that went wrong down there. But were they wrong, or were they life lessons that God wanted me to go through? I don't know how God will use all that stuff in the future. But I do know that He did not give me those things without cause. And one day, I pray that I'll get a chance to do right, and I'll get a chance to fix a lot of the problems. Maybe it's starting my own animation company, which I'm sort of kind of doing by making this a hobby. Maybe it's just knowing how to treat people. I can tell you what, when I was in Florida 2 years ago, I saw some similar things to what happened in Disney. Some similar things. And that's why I raised the problems that ended up bringing things to a close down there. So yes, we have things that happen to us for a reason. We don't get to choose what those experiences are. But what we do get to choose is how we tackle the challenges that God gives us. Maybe we'll get clarity on what that is. Maybe we won't. But it's never lost. Never truly lost. When you feel weary, and you feel like you are being tested beyond what you can bear, you're not going to be spared. That's something I've learned the hard way. You are not going to be spared from being tested. You're going to be given strength to overcome it. But you're not going to be able to escape it. And you're not going to get somebody to come along and take it away from you. But then again, would you? Would you want someone to take it from you if you knew that God gave you the challenge? Now, sometimes you have to step in and help shield somebody from something terrible that's taken place. I tried to do that with a girl from Alabama. Disney wanted to destroy her. I tried to step in. I could not do anything. Was it because did I fail? Kind of. But at the same time, the company was given a choice of how they would act. I do believe God will judge them for stuff like that. Especially the underlings that think that they don't have any role. You have a role when you choose to be the hands and feet of the devil. If you choose to do what's wrong, when God wants you to do what's right, are you showing courage by giving in to the devil? Mm-mm. You show courage by standing against the devil when no one else is. That's why no one else can help you during that time. They can encourage you, but they can't replace, they can't take your role from you. If they do, they might be robbing you of really becoming the man or woman that God wants you to be. Does God want people that run from danger, or those that embrace it and dive headlong into it and say, you know what, phooey on what exists. If I do stand up, I'm going to stand up because it's right. Okay, Jeffo in chat, I gotta get gone. See you later. Have a good evening, Beer Jason. Thanks for coming by and spending some of your time with us tonight. May you have great success with the following day, and may you feel that your efforts are meaningful and impactful. Till next time. Oh, we got the Yeti doing the splits here. You know, during the, I need to get another couple of intermission videos for the channel. There is one that I've been meaning. Well, thanks, BRJ, for saying buy on Rumble as well. Much appreciated, sir. But there was a story that we did last year. Was it last year or was it 2 years ago at this point? It was a story of Snap and a Cane. I think that could be a really good intermission story because it's not refined enough to be its own video yet. It needs some touch-ups, but it might be good to break that out again. It's better than just collecting dust on the shelf, so to speak. You know, I need to, there's a couple of videos I need to make someday. One of them needs to be about dreaming of heaven and hell, because I've brought that up many times, but I really want to make an actual video about that. I just don't have the time for that. If this was a full-time job, I would definitely be putting some time for that, but it's not, and nor would I really want it to be. I don't have the scheduling ability to really make that happen. But I do need to figure out some way to have that made. Well, I guess it'll happen when the time is right. But it is something where I keep thinking about that more and more as time goes on, especially with all the stuff with AI, because we're definitely dabbling in all those troubling things that my Vietnamese friend mentioned about. It also would be good to be able to pass it off to some people, because if it was a YouTube video, I could actually be able to pass on that information to groups of people. But that just wouldn't be enough. Well, I don't think it would be enough interest in that, because it is a very sensitive topic, and I think a lot of people would not understand it right if I was to just convey it without having the ability to kind of convey the to address questions along the way, like has happened in the past. Now, it doesn't happen a whole lot for streams, but I have had some people that I've talked with face to face that start to take the wrong message from it. They're like, no, I'm not talking about X, Y, or Z. I'm talking about this issue right here. And then they say, oh, that suddenly makes sense. So I do know there can be some confusion. So that's why when that story gets addressed, when that video gets addressed, maybe it would do better as a story, because I do have a narrative that actually would fit really well for that genre. I'll think about it. There's a couple of stories that we have in the works, but got try and tackle them one at a time. So this technique that I'm currently doing with the animation, this is a technique that I learned from a tutorial that I paid for, but it's mutated a little bit. I've been skipping a little bit of the steps to try and make this a little bit faster. He mentions about making sure that you animate things out without the curves until like the last part. I've been doing those a little bit earlier than not, but I can see why you would do it last minute. But when you're trying to speed through animations and you don't have 2 weeks per shot, which I know these are kind of 2 weeks per shot, but in terms of like every day, some people will spend every day for 2 weeks animating a shot. I don't have that ability. I have to animate a shot within maybe 4 or 5 hours for a shorter shot, and then sometimes 5 or 6 per other shot. So while I'm not quite there yet, that's the target right now. And so I have to try and find an in-between. An in-between for these tweens. Yeah. Animation humor. That's actually turning out pretty good. I mean, a bit exaggerated. Such an interesting experience having access to YouTube again. We spent about how many? So it was about 13, 14 months. Yeah, freak out face. 13, 14 months since we were able to actually stream on here, and the last time was when Rolling Chairs and I were trying to do the Ahsoka series, and that ended miserably just with how YouTube just was acting. Restream, man, it has made such a difference. I kind of just gave up on thinking that the platform would ever be able to be utilized for my current setup. I realized that I would have to go get another system, another apartment entirely, just to be able to use YouTube for that. And so Restream has made it so much easier. But the question is that what does the future hold for that at this point? Is this really going to be is this going to be the new normal, or will something come along to cause a glitch? And I do know that there's some problems that can occur. I get into some pretty edgy stuff for YouTube, as was covered in the stream. A lot of it, YouTube, I've heard of people getting censored on YouTube for it. So I do know it's possible. I think fortunately I'm small enough to where I'll fly under the radar. It seems that when you get to about 1,000 people, that's when they start clamping down. So I think we're in the clear. And actually, that's for the best, honestly. I'd rather have the ability to speak and not have to worry about stuff like that than to have to keep wondering, is this the day that things are going to be clamped down? So there's a scene that I really want to make next year. Really want to make it so bad right now. And it's a short called Sauron Calls. It's about 3-4 minutes. And it would be actually perfectly suited for the fact that The Hunt for Gollum is coming out. That movie, which people really kind of have mocked over the last couple of months for the fact that they're going through with it. This would be like a tie-in to that whole concept. And I think it's actually something that'd be really, really cool to be made, because it addresses kind of the reason why that story could work. Not that it would, but that it could work, and that it could be epic. But I don't know if I'll be able to pull that off. I would definitely need to get some help for that, and unfortunately animators are not super cheap. Rightfully so. I mean, animators, they spend all this money on equipment, like myself, and then they never get a chance to really use it appropriately. So then they have to try and make ends meet with smaller projects. Well, while I know that this would actually be really good for them, and honestly, I could potentially make some revenue from it if done right, because it would not be relying upon any of the copyright stuff that is currently out there. But that means you would have to get permission from the, I think you have to get permission from Tolkien's family. And I don't know the first thing of how to do that. But if done right, I think it would be one of the most epic fan fiction shots or shorts that you could find on the internet, because it deals with hardcore lore of the story and ties pieces together in a way that would actually really lead in well for the movie that is coming out, that it would show about what could be done, and hopefully get people interested in the fact that you can have a story grow, but you have to do it right. I want to try and give that example. There's a couple other shorts I would love to make, but they're Star Wars related, and you'll never get Disney to permit that. But this Lord of the Rings idea, really simple, but you still need 2 to 3 orcs to be made digitally. You need one rundown fortress. You need a 3D environment with full of trees, which I don't have really the PC power to do. So that means you're looking for a render farm to help you out. That's going to cost hundreds of dollars. So yeah, it's not something that's currently doable. You're talking about a project that probably would cost anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 from start to finish. I don't have that ability. What's more, I don't even have the team to do that. So even though I could potentially make the story work, I think it's best just to make a sample version of it and tease it like that. Actually, I did do this earlier this year, and it turned out really well on, in my personal opinion. Where is that? Let's see here. Where did it go? Come on. Oh, that's why. Okay, this is the correct area. Scans, posts. So this is the test scene of just trying to see if I can match the look and feel of a Lord of the Rings like film. So this one has a very easy idea to make happen, but you're still talking about maybe 300 to 400 hours worth of man hours to do, maybe $5,000 to $10,000, and about maybe 200 to 300 hours of render time on a server, on a cloud render. That's super spendy for all that stuff, and I don't have that means, but that is the plan right now, is to try and figure out a way this next year to make that a reality. And that means we have to figure out some other things along the way to get a little bit closer. And that's not even like the big thing I really want to do. That's a small thing that could be fun to make and has potential to enable some other projects later on. Because there's a couple other projects I really want to do that actually would be in line with the things that you could learn, the things that you learn in that project. So I don't know how it's going to happen or when it's going to happen, but that is something I'm going to be working on in my own spare time to see how plausible it is to make. There's like two guys that I know immediately I would reach out to that could actually physically pull off some of the scenes for the quality I'm looking for. But when it comes to the animation, I don't know too many people in the field that do that, but I'm sure I could find them. Because I definitely would not be able to do it all myself. Well, I take that back. I can't pretend I couldn't do it, but I don't know if I have the bandwidth to do it. So during the spring, I'm probably going to have to go full-time at my work for a short few weeks to months. During that time, most likely the Fortnite streams on Friday are going to have to be shifted. They'll probably become a 7 o'clock start time for me, so they'd be more early evenings, kind of similar to what happened tonight. But we'll have to figure something out, because I don't want those streams to disappear, but I'm not going to be able to pull it off with the current demands I have at work. Cat yawn. Bastion needs to go to bed. Rest well, Bastion. Thanks for coming by. And I hope you find some good success with your Thursday. Indeed. The duck, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta get myself some new sounds here. In a second. Let's see, no, that's not there. Huh. I really need to get some of the, basic sounds back. Things like crowd cheering and whatnot. Ugh, I just saw the mail thing that Bastion posted earlier. I really need to work on some more stream elements to happen on here, because right now I have the stream radio, but I need to have some of the promotion stuff appear over there too. When would I have time for that? Have I seen what you put in videos? Let me pull it up here. $4K, okay. And we hide that. And we bring this back over here. Videos, videos, videos. What's with the quality here? How do we change quality? Oh, I know how to change quality. I have to change it over here.
On Fortnite.
Okay. Playing in 3, 2. Make sure I have audio coming from here.
I've been stealing your loot a lot on Fortnite. Every game we play, I could care less about the win, just stealing your loot again. I do it 'cause I can, don't be mad, bro. I've been stealing your loot a lot on Fortnite.
Dude, don't get off line. I was just playing. I'll give it back.
I've been stealing your loot.
That's hilarious. That was like a good Christmas song knockoff. Air Force pilot tows friend on sled. What the? What the heck? No freaking way. That is so goofy. That's impressive, honestly. I like that. I like that a lot here. Airplane. Yeah, too bad we don't have a fighter jet. And sled. Oh, sled. There we go. So this Friday, Saturday, we're going to be doing more art streams in the evening. We'll be doing Fortnite during the daytime until we have that shift in the schedule. But evenings will be art, animation. If I don't initially go online, it might be because I'm trying to troubleshoot something, or because like we still have the t-shirts we're going to be doing. I gotta still piece those things together. I might do that part on stream. I do have so I'll have like the cut pieces all put together so I can do that last part and then test it out. So that's going to be happening. Got this as well to refine. And then also we have the ornaments. So we're going to take some time during this next weekend to do the ornament design. I'm looking for to make it out of in a Lego sort of fashion. I don't know if it will be exactly the same as Legos. I got to do one haul to double check that this is still possible. But it'll be something similar to having a character like this that goes onto as a Christmas ornament. And that will be this year's collectible. It will signal the first year of the starting blocks of Castercraft, which was built with the assistance of Legos. So you could say there's a couple of foundations to Castercraft. First and foremost, the very first stone that went down was not a brick. It was a gospel message. The second one to go down was bricks for Legos. The next one is going to be one of snow and ice, you could say. Next year, I really look forward to some of the animations that are going to be done. Notice that a lot of the animations are getting faster. Now, some of them are sluggish. This one's proven a little more sluggish than I would like. But next year, the goal is to try and get super fast at this stuff so that it will become that much easier to just churn through them. I don't know how likely it'll be that they all happen, but you gotta still try. So, ornaments, t-shirts this weekend. Starting with t-shirts and then ending with ornaments, because the ornaments aren't going to take a whole lot of time. I just have to make a phone call to figure that stuff out. I just put my current weather in general. It's definitely winter, is now definitely winter weather after how nice it was during November. 13 degrees, partly cloudy. Today it got up to 40 degrees. Oh my goodness, it was warm. I was sweating so much. In fact, I'm still warm. I'm wearing this flannel. I shouldn't be wearing the flannel. What is the temperature outside right now? 30 degrees. Ugh. It's too warm. Oh man. We got... Dagnabbit. It looks like we have freezing rain on the way. Man. That's obnoxious. I mean, I take that back. It can be good, actually, for a winter. This has happened every winter. Almost every winter. We get very cold weather, and then it gets warm. It rains. It all turns to ice. And then it gets to frigid weather for January and February. And it's actually not bad, because all the ice creates a special shield over top of all the snow that was laid earlier in the winter. And that way you have a chunk of ice that helps to preserve all the ice and snow that appears later on in the winter. So it does have a purpose, even though it just means it's kind of lousy for a couple of days. Do you see the wind and humidity? Humidity 54. Ugh. Wow. 19. Yeah, that's decent. We've gotten 60-mile-per-hour winds up here. Sometimes it feels even faster. It's enough to blow a car off the highway. And yes, I've seen a couple of those where it's like where the car starts to tip, and it's like, oh no, it's going down. And then they catch, but they slide all over the place. Man, wind is... I wonder what people back in the olden days would do with severe wind. I'm guessing they just didn't travel during those times, because that would be super hazardous. Hopefully the ice will hit when you won't be having to drive anywhere. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to drive quite a bit this weekend, so I guess we'll see. Feels like -5. It was 30 miles per hour earlier when I went out to my SUV at lunch. Felt like I was gonna blow away, and shook my SUV. That's indeed pretty strong. Indeed pretty strong. That humidity, though. Ugh. Right now, up here, it's 30% humidity. And that's like moist. All right, that is probably good enough for the evening. Got a lot of the walk cycle figured out. Should have this walk cycle finished tomorrow. I need to go to bed and go into work yet again tomorrow. And then we'll have Friday off. Cherish it while one can. Let us figure out raids at this point. Rumble, we're not going to raid because right now I'm only seeing one person over there. So we're going to just end that one. So I will say much appreciated one and all to those who are on the 3 different platforms, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. I hope that you all have a very pleasant evening and morning, everybody. Be civil to one another. And we will see you all next time. For those that are on Twitch, I'm going to be setting up a raid. To those on YouTube, I will be delaying a little bit as I get this squared away, and then I will do an official close out. All right, we're going to go over to Bizmaster tonight. We have not been over to Bizmaster in a long time. He's a good fella. He's down in Australia.
Emperor.
Okay, where
What you been
did
up
that
to,
go?
Hyrule? Alright.
Biz
Linked. Yes. Okay, let's...
Master. Okay, there we go. All right. Starting the raid for over there. All right. Go and spread some civility over to Bizmaster. We will see you all on the Twitch side later. And now to those on YouTube, have a very pleasant evening and morning, everybody. Be civil to one another. And we will see you next time, whenever that is. God's blessing to you and your families during this holiday season. And we will see you all next time.